Good morning. Good morning. I think we are live. We got audio. Great. Got two chat boxes open here for some reason. There we go. Okay. I basically just sat down. I missed all these fireworks today, this morning. I had to get up early and take the big kids to school today since their normal ride was not here. So I had to take them to school and then hurry up, get home, and then get my other daughter on the bus. And so I missed all of this. So let's have a look at what's been happening here. Well, we had news this morning. What was it? Unemployment? Oh, I forgot to reset my stats. Let me do that really quick. So I have not taken any trades today. There we go. Okay. Let's check out the news first. Looks like we have preliminary inflation expectations today at 9. That's a medium impact, but earlier today, looks like we had, it was non-farm payroll, or yeah, non-farm employment change, and we had unemployment at 7:30. So that's what jostled the market there a little bit. Obviously nothing tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. So let's have a look at this news event. Now, usually there's a really good setup just prior to news. Let's see if we had anything today. We had this delta cross to the upside. Then we put in a higher or a lower high from that upper power zone at 7:04. So you could have jumped on that had you taken this lower high from the power zone. If you didn't take that one, you could have taken the second lower high after hitting the power zone. So that is right here. And if you put your stop at break even, you might have got stopped out. It looks like maybe you would have been saved by a tick had you just held on to that. Delta did cross back under, and then we did put in a higher low from the lower power zone prior to the news. So if I actually took that trade, I would have been out right here, and I probably would have flipped long, and I probably would have got stopped out. So wasn't really a good, clean setup for the news today. Because right before that drop, we didn't have any tick down from the red zone before that. It was in the red zone, and then it just dropped like crazy. And as far as the drop goes, sorry, my dog she's barking to go out. I'm going to let her out in a second. 268 points we dropped. All right, I'll be right back. One second. Okay. Oh, you can't see my screen? Ah, what's going on with me today? There we go. Sorry about that. I'm sitting over here pointing out things on the Cumulative Delta and you can't even see them. Anyway, what I was saying earlier back here is we had a lower high from the upper power zone. You could have taken one of these lower highs short, and but then it put in a higher low just before the drop. So what I was saying is I would have been out right there, had a little bit of profit. I probably would have flipped long. And then I probably would have got stopped out somewhere in there had I been here for the news. But I was not here, so I missed out on all of that. And our ATR number, earlier I noticed it was over 100, but now it's back. It's coming back down. It's about 77 right now. We got news, or I'm sorry, not news. We got the open here in about 9 minutes. We'll see if the 825 algorithm does anything. Usually that throws it in one direction. Trying to get my quant tower set up for orders today, since I have not done that yet today. All right. So we are ready to rock. We did put in a lower high from that upper power zone. And then we tick down again from that upper power zone. The delta is turning negative. It is somewhat weak right now. Once we closed under the 8, a good entry would have been on the 8 right here for a short. 80 tick stop looks pretty small at this ATR, but I think it's still doable. So yeah, I kind of I got a late rolling start today, but so I missed that one, but it looks like that might have been a good short there. Raphael, good morning, and G2, good morning. Like we burned right through multiple pivot lines. First one here at 230. Next 158. 098. Usually you don't see it burn through 3 of them like that. So the news was pretty significant. Delta is above the confirmation line currently, so if we're just trading the 1-minute signals, we should be looking for a long. Now it sounds kind of backwards after a drop like that. Higher time frames, let's see what we're looking at. Hourly is clearly bearish. It's not supposed to say 4-hour. That's supposed to say 15-minute. But that is bearish. And the 5-minute is bearish. We're under the confirmation line on all of those. So if you want to trade in full time frame continuity, you would want to look for shorts. Ideally, when the delta is under the confirmation line. But until then, the 1-minute is putting in a long signal here. Not sure if you want to go against that or not. Looks like the 825 candle didn't really do too much. One minute still trying to put in that tick up above the delta. Delta's teetering between positive and negative. But we've had a lot of chop in here so far. So this whole area could be kind of turbulent. You know, we've had chop here. You know, this whole area here is chop. Looks like we're putting in some potentially new chop there if that actually does end up ticking up with the positive delta. It's not confirmed yet though, it's still dropping. So yeah, after the drop, this is kind of hard to trade down here. I've seen a lot of news events where we'll have a significant drop like that, and then it just kind of wants to V-bottom out of there. We'll see if that happens today, but if it doesn't, then we should be setting up to look for more shorts. I'm going to remove this last chop box since that never really played out there. It is putting in a long signal, though. We're getting a tick up from the green zone while the delta's positive and above the rising confirmation line. So if you ignore the higher time frames, this is a long. It's right before news. So I'm still always kind of on the fence of whether or not I should take any trades right before. I keep saying news. The open. Right before the open. These candles are still huge. I got a limit order sitting in here. See if I can get picked up on the, well, I don't know. When I don't do it, I regret not doing it. And then when I do it with a high ATR like this, there's a high chance I'm going to get stopped out. So I'm just going to cancel that for now and let the market open and let it do its thing. I did have a limit order sitting on the 8 though, so here, I know what we'll do. We'll simulate it. Let's throw an order on the 8 simulated. And we're open. Would have got picked up right there. Let's see if we would have got stopped out. Yep, would have got stopped out with an 80 tick stop anyway. If you're under the swing low, that might hold on. Yeah, nope. All right, so we did a good thing by not taking that one. It is putting in a lower high from that red zone. 5 minutes starting to put in a lower high. The 1 minute still does not agree though. So I'm just going to wait. Did finally get that chop in there. It's still looking like it's chopped, so mark that off. Well, 1 minute put in another tick up from the green zone. Delta, or the confirmation line, still headed up. So the 1 minute is still saying we're going up. Although it is choppy, so it is risky. We are putting in a lower high on the signal. It is in the green zone, but it does line up more with the 5 minute currently. We got to get that delta under the confirmation line to start going short again. So far, not very pretty price action, though. It's a choppy mess. I'm going to let the dog back in. Slope of the delta is pointed down. Confirmation line is pointed up. So there's some discrepancy in there. But it looks like it's trying to push back down under that confirmation line. So it looks like shorts are going to be turning back on. Stoic Wisdom, good morning. ATR is currently through the roof at 124. The delta is clearly back under that confirmation line now. Just took a little chop to get it there. This lower high that it put in the green zone, curious if an 80 tick stop would have worked on that one. Let's see. Would have been in right here. Oh, would have got stopped out right on the end of that wick. ATR is just too high. We did get a tick up at 840 from that lower power zone. I've been able to get a quick little scalp on that on a long. Looks like it almost went 30 points, not quite. JWA says even 1 micro stops are hefty. Yeah, at this ATR. 80 still would have worked on this tick up from the power zone. It ran, it's like 27 points, maybe more if this keeps going up. Oh yeah. Now it definitely would have hit the 31.25. So even with the high ATR, an 80 tick stop, as long as you time the entry right, many times it works just fine. Yeah, Brian, I agree with you. That's why I did not take that long. I still like to test those, though, as the day is progressing live, just to see if they would work. But the fact that the delta is under the confirmation line, I'm just waiting for short. But for those people that want to do a quick scalp, I don't see anything wrong with that. If you're only looking for 10, 20 points, in this high ATR, you should be able to get those sometimes in a single candle. Yeah, we got that news at 9. Inflation expectations. So far, that long is looking pretty good. If anybody took it. And we also know that after a big drop, it likes to range too. So this whole area here could just continue to range. Schroden just got here. Which play is that long? Oh, we were just talking about the power zone tick up, which is right here at 840. So you would have been long there. And if you're looking for 125 ticks, you would have got that in 2 candles. It's pulling back now. That's quite the candle. It's hefty. That's a 74-point candle there. That is also a lower high on the signal. It is in the green zone, but the delta is definitely increasing on that one. So you could look at that potentially as a impulsive move breakout entry from the playbook for a short. I probably should have taken that. Still just kind of waiting here though for a better setup. That one actually wasn't too bad though. It's a nice big engulfing candle. We just broke through that order block. Those usually like to continue. The delta got really big and fat on that candle at 846. If I was paying more attention there, I should have just entered short. But primarily, I'm waiting for a tick down from the red zone. And if this continues down with some strength, we might not even get that for a while. We did just hit our daily ATR line, which is here at 21,017. I'm sorry, not ATR, ADR, average daily range. We have the previous month low sitting here at 2107. Curious if Bitcoin dropped like we did here. Oh yeah, it had a little drop in it. But it was kind of creeping up all night. Delta is above the confirmation line on Bitcoin now on the hourly. Just put in our first lower high in that lower power zone. Sorry. Man, my words today are just not lining up. High or low? The first high or low in the lower power zone. I must need some more coffee. Eight, 4 times ATR is sitting at a 135. I think that's the highest I've seen it yet today. Does kind of feel like we're setting up a little bear flag here. We are still under that 8 SMA. And at the same time, we're putting in another higher low on the signal. So what is it gonna do here? I want to go short, but entering short from a power zone, or from the bottom power zone, is rather risky. Very easy to get run over. And it just closed above the 8. Could have a little pullback here. Got news in 3 minutes. Yeah, I agree with you, Jay Waz. There's not really a good setup here for anything before this news. So you had a good Tesla trade this morning, huh? How did you do last night with your evening trades? Looked like you were doing pretty good. News in 10 seconds. Whoa. Wow. The spread just got super wide on that one. Kind of, my quant hour actually froze. The spread went like this. It got so wide, and then quant hour just froze, and nothing was happening. And now there's a little gap. So, like on TradingView, this all shows as one candle, but on quant hour, the candle stops like here, and it starts again down here. Weird. Well, news is in. Looks like we're pushing down again. Yeah, the ATR is through the roof. So even if you go short, it's really easy to lose in this nasty ATR. You got to time it just right. Well, is the train going to leave the station now? We took out the previous month low and previous week low. Patrick, good point. Yeah, you can do that. I'm going to do that right now. Reload history. Still has the gap, though. Must have just had a little bit of a data issue there or something. I do love quant hour, though. It is nice. Schroden, I keep hearing about quant hour. What do you guys like about it? Noted about the refresh thing, but what else? Considering giving it a try. Well, the interface is just very clean. The candles update. It seems like way more frequently than other platforms. The bid and ask spread is like, I don't know, it just seems like it's instantaneous, printed on the screen. So the candles are constantly like moving really quick, you know. If if you look at TradingView, it's not updating as quick. So, maybe this is updating like maybe once per second or something like that. So the data flowing in is just much, much faster. But I just really like the interface. I like how you place limit orders. I like how you can create different brackets for different things. It's got a built-in copy trader, which works way better than the other copy traders that I've used. The copy trading is free. You don't have to pay for anything. Well, I shouldn't say that. You do have to pay if you want to copy trade between different brokers, but if you're copy trading on the same broker, like different accounts in the same broker, then it's free. It has a browser feature, so I can load my my trading timer directly in Quantower as like a panel. So like this trading timer right here, this is just like sitting in my regular browser on my desktop, but in Quantower, I have this like, it's like really small. I can't even make it that small on my desktop. This is like the smallest I can go. But anyway, it sits in Quantower like this, like a little panel. So pretend I have my ordering interface on here, and then this is like sitting off to the side in Quantower. So I get news and everything right there from TOMMYBOTS. It's just really convenient to have the, for timing your entries and everything, to have your news all right there. Let's see, what else does it have? It's got a ton of features. I don't even use half the features that it has. It has a bunch of indicators and stuff in it. I don't really use those. I just use like standard EMAs on Quantower because most of my charting is done in TradingView. Yeah, I don't know. Interface is just really nice. It's clean. It seems way less buggy than NinjaTrader. The copy trader for sure is less buggy than the ones that I've used in Ninja. Yeah, the UI is extremely customizable and simple, straightforward. I agree. Yeah, if you just use the free version, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything to check it out. It's, you can just go to their website, download it. Doesn't cost anything. You can even use the copy trader right out of the gate. If you want some of the advanced features, like if you want a lot of indicators and stuff on it, then you have to pay extra. Well, guys, let's look back here. Once this kind of started moving down, we did have somewhat of a bear flag here. It was kind of ugly looking. We also had a bear flag here. And we're also getting somewhat of a bear flag here. I didn't really like these setups. Right on this one, we had the news. Was this yeah, that was the 9 o'clock candle. We had the news, which pushed it down, so that's what kept me out of that. This one, it was sitting on this support. I talked about possibly going short there, but I didn't. I didn't really care too much for that setup. There just isn't anything that looks all that clean yet. We're getting these tick downs in the green zone. And if we were of the mindset that we're in or going to be in a sustained downtrend, then I guess you could have taken these. this one would have worked. Let's see if this one in the power zone would have worked. Yeah, so far that would have worked. Might have got stopped out on the 80 tick stop. Let's see. No, it still would have worked. But I prefer more of like a pullback and to this red zone and then enter short. So I'm still just kind of waiting. Yeah, Schroded. My experience copy trading on Ninja was a nightmare. So I will never do that again. It's much cleaner, much less buggy, more straightforward in Quantower. I can't tell you how many times in Ninja Trader I would put on a trade and it would copy it. And if I either tried to take profit or got stopped out, it would like flip my positions the other way. And like without me realizing it, it wouldn't actually, sometimes it wouldn't let me out of a trade. It was just a nightmare. And the copy trader that I used in there was the what was it called? It was an Apex copy trader, but it wasn't by Apex, the prop firm. It was by like Apex, some other Apex company. I think they're kind of affiliated, maybe. And then another one that I used in there was, I forgot the name of it, but it was the one that the Apex copy trader was, I guess, built on top of, which explains why both of them were super buggy to me. And then I think there was a third one that I tried and I didn't like it for whatever reason. Yes, Replicanto. That's it. That's the one that I also had a lot of problems with. On Quantower, occasionally, it's very rare, but sometimes, um, let's say that I have multiple contracts on and then I like hit my stop, or if I hit my take profit, occasionally it will take out, let's say, like 80% of my position, and then it'll, for whatever reason, leave a couple contracts like still open. And then, however, that's why I always keep an eye on it. So I always have a window open that has my open positions and another window that's got my orders and stuff on them. And so I can just easily see if I have an open position. And if I do, there's a button right next to it that I can click on that just, when I hit close, it closes it. But on in Quantower, if I hit that button, it actually closes the position. Whereas with the other copy traders that I've used, if I ended up in that situation and I would hit close, sometimes it just wouldn't even close it. It would just it would just stay open like indefinitely. So that's what I mean about it being a complete nightmare. There were times where I just couldn't even exit if I wanted to. I've never had that problem with Quantower. SC, is that Sierra charts? I hear a lot of people talk about Sierra charts. I've never used it personally. Yeah, I think the designer of Sierra charts must be a sadist. What's a sadist? I'm not familiar. Never mind, I just looked it up. A sadist is someone who derives pleasure or satisfaction from inflicting pain, suffering, or humiliation on others. It's powerful and can work really well, but then gets infuriating trying to troubleshoot something simple, like with the controls or some aspect of the chart rendering. Okay, yeah, definitely check out Quantower. I just don't really have any issues with it. I love it. Love the way it looks. It's simple, performs. Well, we have the delta actually making a positive slope now, which is kind of interesting. The 5-minute, we're getting a tick up over there from that power zone as well. I'm still not going to go long though, even if we get a delta squeeze here. I think I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm feeling the weight and the heaviness of today for some reason. I think it's gonna continue to the downside. Doesn't mean that there can't be some good longs in there though. Never goes in one direction straight. Rodin, ever try Lux Algo's money flow profile on the TradingView chart? I like that it can swing the screen to the right and quickly have an idea of volume profile totals versus delta levels. No, I can't say that I've used it. Lux Algo's money flow profile. I'm going to write that down and check it out. Is it a free indicator? Okay, nice. I know Zeiierman has a money flow indicator as well. I've never used it. I don't know if it's similar to that one. Do you see down here how the delta came all the way down and it basically touched the bottom of the indicator and then we closed above? Right there. That's usually a good long. It's always hard psychologically to take those though, because you know you've been dropping. You feel like it's just going to continue forever. But right when it kisses the bottom and closes above, that would have been right here. Definitely would have got 31 points out of it. If you targeted this high to the left, would have got 57 points out of it. Well, now the delta is above the confirmation line, so looking for shorts now is now I'm a little conflicted. We've been dropping all day, but that's my signal to start looking for longs. See if it comes up here and retests the previous month low, and maybe we'll get another drop after that. Well, and if your strategy was to buy that and take the next tick down, you haven't even got a tick down yet, you'd still be in this trade. And so far it's run 97 points since that potential entry there. Now it's starting to put in a little bit of a tick down. Well, it's flashing one anyway. I am reluctant to try to take a short here, though, after the delta crosses above like that. Okay, so if you were in that long, and you did take the tick down as your exit, looks like that would have been 81.5 points. That would have been nice. Well, I can't believe it's 9:30, almost 9:30. I still haven't taken a single trade yet today. That is pretty rare for myself. Schroden, so what you look for at this point is look for a lower high and then take the downtick from there on either tapering or bearish cumulative delta. Yes. For a short, you mean? Here, I'm going to take my circle and move it over here. The fact that we closed above the confirmation line has me actually looking for longs. But I will take a short if the delta starts to roll over and starts to turn negative and we start putting a lower high in there. But I really kind of want to see that roll over if I'm going to take a short. Otherwise, as long as this delta stays strong, if this signal pulls down here and ticks up and the delta is still rising, I'm going to take that long. But this is kind of, you should really kind of look at these crosses as a switch. So if this delta crosses above the confirmation line, you should be switching to more of a long bias. And if it crosses back under, like it did over here, you should be switching to a short bias. And I would have gone short there had the signal pulled up here somewhere and then ticked down. I would have taken that short, but we never got it. Our tick down, it was just like a continuous, strong, impulsive move to the downside. We did have these little pullbacks here, but they're little pullbacks, and those are kind of risky, so that's why I didn't take them. So I'm definitely long biased at the moment. Yeah, if you look at Schrodin, if you look at the bird's eye view, yes, we are still very bearish. So I'm still, I'm going to have my eye open for shorts, but the 1 minute has to give me the signal first in order to fall in line with those. If the 1 minute is going to show a lot of bullishness, then I'm not going to argue with it. Okay, we're starting to put in a lower high. We do have bearish divergence developing. So we got a higher high in price, lower high in the signal. That is a potential short there for anyone who wants to trade divergences. But the delta is not rolling over yet, so personally I'm going to wait. G2 data feed is definitely off. What data feed? On my NinjaTrader. Are you on the right contract? Or the latest, what is it? The H contract? It's all right, JWAZ, you'll get them. I'm curious if this lower high, where is it, right here, would an 80 tick stop work on that? No, it would not. So had I taken that, I would have got stopped out. My data feed in Quantower is matching up with my TradingVIew chart. So I'm not seeing any data issues. Well, if anybody caught a long in here, hopefully you made some money. This is a nice move up. ATR still relatively high, sitting at a 108. See if we get a rejection from this order block up here. That was the news order block. So just prior to the news dropping. So this should have a reaction to the downside, or It's likely to have one. We just put in our second lower high now. More bearish divergence. Delta is still rising pretty consistently, though, so far. I do kind of want to try a short here. I just don't want to get run over. I do got a limit order sitting in here at that order block. We'll see if it can tag me in quick. Trying to get a better price. Well, the delta's not really rolling over yet, but we did put in 2 lower highs with bearish divergence, and the delta is tapering. So if we can get one little pop back up to that high, I should be able to get picked up. And I am tagged in. Hopefully I don't get run over here. I'm in at 21.049.50. It's my first trade of the day. She is looking strong, like she wants to keep pushing though. Delta is no longer tapering. Come back down. And almost hit my stop. 1 tick away. The orange line there is the anchored VWAP. And it got me. So waiting for the delta to round over would have been a better choice, I think. I tried getting we had all that bearish divergence. I tried getting a better price on it. I did get a little bit of a discount, but still got stopped out. And this order block, it didn't really care too much about that. We'll see if it cares about the anchored VWAP, though, which is right here at 21.065. So that's minus 20 points for me. That's proof that trading with the trend is not necessarily your friend. Because the trend is still down. Looks like we're transitioning to maybe an uptrend, potentially. But on the higher levels, or higher time frames, we're definitely still in a downtrend. And again, with this high ATR, it's going to be super easy to get stopped out if you don't have a a super wide stop. Yep, the market is saying nope to the shorts at the moment. Now we got the delta climbing in the upper half. That's very bullish. Last time we were up here was about 7 a.m. this morning. It's also why I hate V-bottoms. We are still seeing a little bit of resistance at that anchored VWAP, so there still is a chance we turn down from here, but it is looking pretty strong at the moment. And I'm going to go get myself a refill. I'll be right back. Here's a little bit of a rejection candle. You know, today might be one of those days where it's just safer to wait for that ATR to come down under 70, 50, 60, 70, somewhere in there. And that might be around lunchtime. Looks like we might finally get a close under this 8 SMA. We are rejecting from this order block up here, so it would make sense for it to turn down here. Delta is starting to taper. I'm not going to go for short, though, because I'm going to try to stick to the signals on the 1 minute. So I'm still waiting for a long. Delta starting to turn negative now. It was flashing. Jason Richardson, good morning. So if anybody wanted to try to take this short, you could use the 8 SMA. Try to get a limit order on the 8. And if we start closing back above it, that could be your out. It's actually probably not a bad thing to try. I'm going to try that myself. And I just got tagged in. Hopefully we don't close above it. 0.6250 is where I'm in. It's been so strong though, like this, like what I'm doing right now goes against the cumulative delta. But we did taper, we were flashing negative, so I'm gonna give it a shot. I know this one's risky. So far it's not looking great. Come back down. Yeah, it still wants to push. I was going to pull the plug when on the close above the 8. And I was like, well, I'll just give it, it tried to sell off a little bit there. So I said, I'll give it another chance. And it said, nope. So I lost another full 20 on that one. But as I was saying before, it's hard to argue with what's going on here. This is all saying very bullish. You got an aggressively rising delta. The confirmation line is headed up. As I was saying, I should be looking for longs, not shorts. I knew it was more of a gamble on that one, but we were sitting, we were rejecting not only from this order block, but from the anchored VWAP. So that's what convinced me to give that one a try. But it just goes to show the cumulative delta is, it's hard to argue with it. It's telling you where things are going. Yeah, she dumped on the news. And now we're kind of V-bottoming straight up. Yeah, Schroden, good on you for canceling that limit order. I gambled on that one for sure. We did have this other significant move down, so we do have another order block here. We'll see if we find any sort of rejection on that one. And we also have VWAP right there. So this one could be interesting. The normal VWAP, not the anchored VWAP. We also have the 200 sitting right there. A lot of confluence on this one. strong down, strong up. Exactly. I know, it's hard to trade. That is for sure. You got to put your advanced trading hat on. Here we are putting in that lower high, more bearish divergence. But after 2 losses in a row, it's hard to try to take that one. Like I said, though, lots of confluence on there. You got VWAP, you got that order block, you got the 200, and you have bearish divergence on the cumulative delta, and the delta is turning negative. However, I'm still sticking out because I would prefer to see the delta rolling over, and we still haven't seen it roll over yet. It is a pretty big rejection candle, though. Now delta's starting to roll over. This is another case where you might be able to snag an entry on the 8, but I don't like doing that if it gets this far below it. I prefer, if I am going to snag the 8, I prefer to do it like right after it closes on that side. So ideally, like this candle closed below, if I was going to snag the 8, I want it to be on that next candle, ideally. So if that would have pulled back into there, that could have been a nice short there, but it didn't quite make it to the 8. Straight up, straight down, straight down, straight up, and now straight down again. I do feel a long brewing here. We got our rising confirmation line slope. Our signal is in the green zone. This is what we've been waiting for. Now signals in that lower power zone. So as long as the delta can stay somewhat weak to the downside, then if we get a tick up in this lower power zone, I'll take it long. Again, we got that ATR through the roof though, so you got to be careful with your stop. Size down accordingly. We do have a tick down on the 5-minute here. That was confirmed at 9:50. So from a 5-minute perspective, we should actually be in a short. Still feel the long brewing though. We do have a positive slope on the delta on the 5, so if the 5 comes down and ticks up above that rising delta, that's right here. That's typically a decent long. Oops. Come on. I'll redraw that. Still waiting for that power zone tick up on the 1. I thought we were going to get it on that last candle, but not quite. ATR's firing back up to a 115. As I was saying earlier, it might be better to just wait until ATR comes down. But if you're feeling aggressive, it can be fun to play with a high ATR as long as your stop is sufficient. All right, we came down to that previous week low, and now we are starting to put in that tick up from the lower power zone. Let's see what an 80 tick stop looks like on here. A little small. Pushing back down to the previous week low. Still no tick up. Still pushing. Well, we might not get along here, guys. Now the delta is flirting with that confirmation line, about to close back below. Shorts might be back on the table. And the ATR is still high, yes. Yeah, it sucks that we couldn't time this a little better. You know, we tried to short twice. Timing just wasn't right. Would have been nice if we caught that, though. Still pushing to the downside. Wow. Starting to put that tick up in, but now that we're closing back under the confirmation line, I'm afraid to go long on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna pass. Yeah, she's feeling heavy. Real heavy. So the fact that the confirmation line, I mean, it looks like it's starting to round over, but overall it still has more of a positive slope to it. So as long as we can keep this overall positive slope, if we put in a higher low on the signal, I might take that. It'd be the first higher low since the drop. That's usually a pretty good trade. Delta is starting to taper more. Still pushing. You know, for you 8 SMA traders, should be having a pretty good day on these swings. You know, once you close below the 8, take it down to here, close above. Look at it, stayed up above this whole time till here. If you went short there, would have got stopped out on 1, but then short again from here. And then, whew, another nice trade to the downside, staying below the 8 the whole time. You know, the only time that doesn't really work very well is when you're chopping the 8 like this. So right prior to the open. But once you're, you know, if you're swinging, putting in those good moves, the 8 works really well. Yeah, JWAS today is tough. The timing is off. There haven't really been any good setups. I mean, if you just look back, I would say, you know, even before that big news this morning, there really hasn't been any good setups today. You know, like we're almost, or I feel like I'm actually trying to, you know, force things because there hasn't been any clear setups yet. The two that I tried to jump in obviously didn't work out. I said I was going to try to take a higher low here, but we pushed down again. This is the second tick up. It's not necessarily a higher low. We did just close above the 8. So there's one that you could try. I'm going to give it a shot. Again, it's not technically a higher low, but it should be very similar. I just got tagged in on the 8 here. So I'm in at 954.50. Again, it's not looking great. And it got me. 0 for 3 today for me. It's no fun for a Friday. Schroden, do you have a Discord server for off stream but still trading hours chatting about trading? I do. The TOMMYBOTS Discord. TOMMYBOTS.com. There's a link to it on the site. It is not super active. It would be nice to get some more people in there. It's primarily been mostly about automated trading, but yeah, feel free to join. Yeah, and you know, like I said, I feel like I'm kind of forcing things here. There just hasn't really been a good setup. You know, the moment that we cross back under the confirmation line tells me that I should start looking for shorts again. Sometimes if you don't see something clear, it's better to just sit on your hands. Today's kind of a good example of that. JWAS, 1 for 5. Ouch. Honestly, what I would do, JWAS, is I would just wait for the ATR to come down to like 50 or 60. And then maybe, I mean, the signals you get then are probably going to be more reliable too. There's the first higher low I was looking for, right here at 10.15. I took this one, which wasn't technically a higher low, it was a lower low. I thought it would be good enough, but obviously it wasn't. But this one, the one I was really too impatient to wait for, let's see how it would have done. I got a feeling this one's going to be good. Schroden, what do you think about adding a trading chat channel to your Discord? I could do that. If people would like to talk about trading there, sure. Or you just use, you know, the, what do I got in there? A general chat? You could talk about trading in the general chat. Or I could add a new one if it makes more sense. Well, this one went as far as 25 points. Not quite 31, but so if it went up there, I probably would have had my stop at break even. So that probably would have been a break even for me if I did take it. Again, delta under the confirmation line. We lost our slope on the confirmation line too. So now we got a negative slope on it now. So shorts are currently the better side to be on. Yeah, it's crazy. Like just nothing's really playing out the way it usually does. I shouldn't say that. We haven't really got a strong, clear signal either way. You know, technically, yes, this is the first higher low, but delta's under the confirmation line, so you should be short biased on it. Look, it's still trying to push up. Just stopping everybody out. The longs and the shorts. My dog Ellie is snoring up a storm. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Well, we put in a second higher low. Delta is trying to turn positive. It's kind of messy. You know, earlier we were talking about this potential tick up above a rising delta on the 5. And as you can see, the signal broke through the delta and it's no longer rising. It's starting to tick up, but it's really heavy, really weak. Long might be somewhat promising on this one. Again, I did not take it. personally, but I'm going to wait for a clear signal now. If it's not clear, I'm not taking it. Brian Hawkins, have you tried using a tick chart 3200 in comparison to minute candles? I used to use tick charts in Thinkorswim. I would love to use tick charts in TradingView. I know that they recently added tick charts, but I think it's only available for what is it? Whatever their higher level plans are. I don't think it's available for me. Let me see if ChatGPT knows. I don't think ChatGPT is up to date because I just asked it, does TradingView offer tick charts? And it says no. TradingView does not offer native support for tick charts. But I think they do. I think they recently came out with that. But I think it's only for higher level plans. I would love to see the cumulative delta on a tick chart. I think that would be pretty cool. Well, we might be getting our first short setup here pretty soon. We do have the signal up by that upper power zone. Delta's very weak. It's under confirmation line. Confirmation line has a negative slope. So if we get a tick down up here, I'm probably going to take it short. Short, and yeah, it's the 200 to 500 plan, I think, super pro level. Yeah, that's my recollection, is that it's up there in the plans. I'm personally not willing to pay that much just for the tick charts, but I do want to see it. Maybe they'll one day make it available to us peasants. Okay. We are flashing a tick down. Upper power zone. Delta is tapering to a fine point. Delta's super weak. The bulls just are not there. So I think can either take the candle close or try to take the 8 if this candle's too big. I'm just going to go on the close. And I am short. Please don't stop me out on this one. But this is the clear signal I think we've had all day. So 955.50 is where I'm in. Target the low, that'll be 80 points. If we can even get there. This is how I like to see it. When you get the signal and it just goes, like there's no hesitation. That's when your 80 tick stop works really well. Like if it's a good signal, it usually just goes like that. I am going to move my stop to break even though. Just, well, I don't know. Sometimes I regret doing that. But with this high ATR, I think I'm going to still do that. So stop is now at break even. Now see, if I was patient today and I wasn't forcing things and I just entered on a solid signal, this would have been my only trade so far. You know, you have the delta under the confirmation line, and you got the power zone tick down in that direction. You can't ask for a better setup than that. Come on, don't do that already. Almost took out my break even. On Quant Hour, my break even is one tick above that wick. On TradingVIew, that would have stopped me out. That's actually a pretty good example of when break-even stop can actually hurt you more than it helps you. That's typically how it goes for me. I'll get stopped out at the end of a wick, and then I'll continue in that direction that it was supposed to go. But good thing I am safe on this one. I'm going to go ahead and circle that entry because that was a good setup. Even if I get stopped out at break even, that was a good setup. I mean, this thing's already run, let's see, 39 points. I'm looking for a bit more. All right. If we're going to tick up again here, I might just pull it for a small profit. But as long as that delta is pointed down and we do not tick up, I'm going to stay in. Unless it hits my take profit, of course. ATR's dropped back to an 80. Jason Richardson pulled it at 93.50. It'll probably make a new low now. I know that's typically how it works, right? It's still kind of just grinding lower. Every time it goes up, it just sells off right away. Okay, are we going to tick up in this power zone? If we are, I'm going to pull it too. We did. So I'm out. And let's see, it took me out at 9:30.25. Yeah, now it'll go down because we're both out. Profit 9:30.25. So I got 25.25 points out of that. And of course, there she goes. She drops. Just had to tick up from that lower power zone just to get me out of there. The market was just waiting for me. Had its eyes on me the whole time. Isn't it funny how it always feels like that? We'll see if it takes out this low. That was my original target at 874.75. Market's just not playing very nice today. The bulls are still fighting though. It's not taking that low out, at least not yet. So this could be a bear trap. It is kind of feeling like a bear trap. That power zone tick up right here at 1040. It closed above the 8. It looked pretty solid. We'll see if that would have been a winner. It's looking pretty good. It's right on that order block too. Beautiful. Jason Richardson, I watched 9 and 20 SMA on the 5. It's right on the 9. You mean as resistance? Or no, support, right? Yeah. Gosh, I was totally feeling this one and I didn't pull the trigger on it. Just because of, you know, all of this psychologically just does something to my head. It just felt so heavy. And then I just felt like that release right here. You know, when we popped back up, closed above the 8. Inside, I was thinking, gosh, I should pull the trigger on it, but I didn't do it. You got to be quick. You can't hesitate. And if you're taking that to the next tick down against you, you'd still be in. It'd be another 46 points or so. That's all right. It still wasn't a very clear entry from a cumulative delta perspective, so I'm fine with not taking that one. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we also have a little broadening formation in here. Let's see, something like that. We did just take out the primary target on the broadening formation, which is this high. We'll see if it makes it to the yellow line. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone. Not really a big fan of that type of tick down with those 2 down candles, though. I'm going to see if I could snag a entry on the 8. For short. Delta's still weak, still under the confirmation line. However, it is like right on the verge of crossing back above, so it's kind of a tricky point. You know, instead of putting it on the 8, I'm going to put it on that upper order block because it didn't quite make it very deep in the power zone. The delta does look like it's going to cross above. So, you know, yeah, I'm just going to pull it. In that situation, it's usually better to wait for a better signal. Yeah, that delta is going to break above that confirmation line. So longs are going to be back on the table. Hmm. See how it pulled back right to that 50% mark. Didn't close below the 50% mark. But usually if it closes below the 50%, we'll head back down and take out that low on a broad information. Not all the time. Still trying to grind up. Delta is still fairly weak. It is above the confirmation line, but it's kind of weak. Delta's still very weak. Starting to print a higher low. I'm sorry, a lower high on the signal. You have some chop in the Delta. So it does appear like this could be a decent short. The bulls just couldn't step up to the plate enough. We're back down to that 50% mark. Delta still looking pretty heavy. 15-minute and the 5-minute are still looking pretty bearish. ATR is still fairly high, so this is kind of a big candle here. Got to be careful with the wide stop on this one. I don't like entering on big candles, so I do have a limit order in, but it's higher up. Delta's falling back under the confirmation lines. Looks like that was just a little tease by the bulls. I'm still trying to get tagged in. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. If anybody did take that short, primary target is here. Secondary target would be this low over here. And it's starting to look like I should have just been more aggressive and entered on that candle close. So I'm going to cancel my order. I missed the train. Delta's heading down nicely. Yeah, Jason, 20,800 could be coming up here. I don't have any pivot levels or anything down here. So let me check out higher time frames and see where we're at. Yeah, we just dropped straight down, took out this low at 981. What else we got over here? Yeah, we could drop down to 800. Find some support somewhere around there. Off the daily. Still might be able to snag a short off the 8 if you're feeling adventurous. Still pushing towards that primary target. I just snagged a short off the 8. $901.75. Still have not taken out that primary target. If we had, I would not have done that. Oh shoot, I just noticed that on that candle we got a tick up from the lower power zone. So hopefully we can push back down here. Take out that primary target and then hopefully the secondary. Make our way towards 800. One thing's for sure, the market is not making this easy on us today. All higher time frames still pointed down. Still have not taken out that target. It must go down. I think it just needs a few more of you guys to jump on the train. It's making a temporary stop. Back under the 8. All right, guys. Let's bring her down. Take out that target. Back up to the 8, giving you guys another chance to jump on. Delta's really thin though, so the bears are kind of gone too. They might step back in though if we can take that target out. There we go. Did we hit it? It was like to the exact tick. Did not quite take it out. Okay, well. Yeah, Delta's starting to turn positive. We're starting to put in a little bit of a Delta squeeze. If we put in a squeeze, I got to pull it. Still holding on. It's right on the edge though, so I mean, if you want to be conservative, you might want to just pull it here. Yeah. I'm out. .5 points. It just couldn't do it. It wants it though. Yep. But hey, that's a Delta squeeze here. We're turning positive. Anybody wants to entertain a long, that's a long entry there. I don't know. It's so close to taking that low out though. I'm not convinced the long is where it's at here. But you know what the market likes to do? When everybody thinks it's going to do something, it does the exact opposite. Catches you off guard. So maybe the long is where it's at here. We got a positive delta. We got a tick up above a rising delta. So if you wanna put in a risky, somewhat risky one, go long there. Again, I am not convinced. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and maybe it'll drop when I do that. Drop? No drop? Looks like the Delta squeeze is playing out, huh? Oh, that just totally messed with you right there. Maybe we're just too early. Maybe maybe we'll get another short setup here, and that'll be the one that takes it out. Yeah, it's definitely playing games. That's all right. We'll be patient, get the next one. Delta is still very weak. We do have the signal in the red zone. So we do have a potential short setup on the horizon here. Delta squeeze still pushing. You know, you never know what the market's going to do. So if it sets up with a Delta squeeze, it's probably not a bad idea to just take those anyways. I know it goes against all of the higher time frames at the moment, but we are getting a tick up from the 5-minute in that lower power zone. Could be a decent move to the upside. Let's see what a small target would have looked like here. So here's the Delta squeeze right where I exited. Had I flipped there, looks like it ran 19.5 points so far. It's still running. 20.25. We're up to the 50 now. $22.75. Still going. $31.75. Would have got my 125 ticks. That would have been a winner. Hey, the ATR is in the 50s now. I just noticed that. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone. Oh, it was not official. It pulled up at the last second. I was going to jump into a short there. I will wait. I did take that short. From 923.62. It's not going to let me do 62.50. We'll do that. Those targets still want to be hit, guys. I'm feeling it. We drop down to 800. Be 100 and almost 123 points or 24. If we can do it. If we could take out all those stops under that low, it might get some momentum. I got my stop at break even, by the way. Hopefully it doesn't want to shoot right back up there. Don't. Ah, come on, man. Well, that's my first break even of the day. Did it go 100? No, it didn't even go 125 ticks. I thought that was going to be a goodie. I guess not. It is lunchtime. We are putting in a thin, spotty delta, which is no fun to trade. So this low was 886. This low was 886. So it was exactly the same level. It didn't take that stop out or that wick. Ayub, not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, I think the down move is over. Well, it might be. We've hit this order block now 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And so far we bounced every time. The down move might be over. Might just be sideways range trading for a bit. Five-minute delta is flashing positive. The bulls might try to step it up here over lunch. And again, on the 1 minute, we got the delta going above the confirmation line. So not really interested in trying to take a short there. Not unless the delta is super weak. Well, today's a tough one, guys. It just hasn't really been a lot of great setups. Haven't looked at Bitcoin in a while. Let's see what it's doing. It's trying to bounce a little bit. My bots bought me into this FTM trade overnight, which isn't looking too bad. Bull's still pushing it up here on NQ. If anyone's long, primary target would be this swing high, which also corresponds with the previous week low. Delta is clearly above the confirmation line now, so I'm only looking for longs. But if this Browning formation continues to play out, we could take out that swing high and then turn right back around and take out the low finally. Brian Hawkins 940 previous month low may hold also. 940. Where's 940 here? My previous month low is up here at 2107. Bulls are working towards that swing high. You think they'll take it? I think they'll probably take it and take it up to the 200 again. It's at 21,000. That's my guess. We can bust through this little order block here. Good news, JWAS. Made 3 good Tesla longs. Tesla leveraged longs, that is. Yeah, hopefully that's treating you better than NQ today. Those bulls just took out that order block. Working towards that swing high. I think they'll get it here. There they go. Swing high is taken. Working up to the 200. Brian Hawkins, December 2nd, printed 20,940. Really? I wonder why this one's at 2107. Well, let's look at that. December 2nd. It's right here. And the low that I have is 20,038. Let's go to the monthly chart. December, there we are. The low for December, it says 21,007. So on the monthly chart, the low is 21,007. So I guess it depends on what time of day it flipped over to monthly. In my levels in here, I do not put those in manually. It prints automatically with this indicator. So whatever is calculating the previous month low, it's doing it automatically. And we reached the 200. As predicted, I guess you'd say, after taking out that swing high. We just didn't really have a good entry for it anywhere. You know, maybe you could have taken this higher low right here. But it was in the red zone, so it's not really ideal. Maybe you could have taken the 8. That would have been a great entry. But at that point, the signal was ticked down in the upper power zone, so none of it was really ideal from a timing perspective. Jason Richardson, good point. Probably depends on if you're set on daily or extended hours. Let's see what I'm set to. Mine is set to electronic trading hours, not regular hours. So, yeah, that must be extended. Brian Hawkins, I'm on Thinkorswim, so perhaps that's why. Yeah, that could be. Hey, Stealth. Just looked at the charts, took my favorite buy when the delta crosses the confirmation line. You know, when the price is moving, that can be a good entry. I typically don't take that one, but you could do that. I use that more of a switch. That flips my bias. So as soon as we cross, I start looking for longs, but I don't necessarily enter long at that point. When I do that, I typically get run over, which is why I don't. But if it's working for you, that's good. You know, what would be interesting to look at is after you get that cross, if you took the first entry that hits the 8, in this case it would have been, so you have the cross here, first entry that hits the 8 is like right here. That definitely would have been a good entry. I'd have to back test that and see if this one here, we crossed above and would have got stopped out on that one, looks like. On this down move here, could have snagged a potential winner there, but looks like it did go against you before another drop. So I don't know. I'd have to take a closer look at that. I confirm with the 3-minute and 5-minute to see if the signal line is in the lower power zone. The 3-minute or the 5, huh? In this case, you did get a delta squeeze set up on the 3-minute at 11:24. Looks like there was 17 points of drawdown though, so kind of need a wide stop on it still. All right, should probably pay attention now. We've hit the previous month low. We've hit the average daily range line almost perfectly. So we'll see what it wants to do here. We're above the 200. It's a good sign for the bulls. Delta's still looking relatively strong. On the 5-minute, the signal is in that upper power zone, so we do want to try to anticipate what we would do if that ticks down. Delta is still under that confirmation line. So we do get a tick down on the 5-minute over here. That could be a decent short. Yeah, Stealth, I could see that. I mean, typically when the if you can time it right on those, when the delta crosses the confirmation line, that's usually the trend change. Where you really want to capture it though is near a power zone. So like this one's near a power zone. Notice how this one's higher and it's not. So that's kind of a bunk one. This one here was near a power zone. That was a really nice move up. Yeah, these crosses in the middle, you should probably ignore those. But if you could take the crosses near a power zone, that's ideal. This one's beautiful right here at 5:21 a.m. It just dumped right after that. You don't even have to look at the price to see that. See that? There's the cross. That was a nice move down. The power zone crosses are going to be the best. Yes, Stealth. Only power zone. Don't diddle in the middle. Yeah, if you want the best entries, just focus on the ones near the power zones. Diddling in the middle can make you money, but you can also get run over pretty easily. Thanks, Stealth, for the like. If anyone else is bored and not doing anything, if you could hit that like button, I would appreciate that. We got the anchored VWAP up here at 21,029. Got the standard VWAP all the way up here at 21,080. So will we bounce off the 200 and keep moving up? So far, it looks like that's what we're going to do. Putting in a little bit of bearish divergence here. The lower high and a higher high in the price. It is kind of risky to go short here just because we have so much room in between the confirmation line and the delta. Ideally, you want the space in between to get shorter and shorter and shorter until both are around that power zone and converge in there. Those are typically the best delta squeezes. Stealth says 4 losses and you're only down 18 points. Your risk management is awesome. I envy you. Well, I try to keep my losers small, and that's why I always tell people that win rate does not really matter as much as you think it does. If you have a good risk to reward on your winners, you can lose a lot of times and still be profitable. In other words, you can lose more than you win. And still make money. Starting to put in a higher low in that upper power zone. Could be a profitable long. Personally, I'm not going to take it. I just don't like taking those trades in the power zones. I like taking power zone trades, but going the other direction. The 5-minute is it is flashing that tick down from that upper power zone. So what time is it? It's 11:55. So potentially in 4 minutes that could be confirmed. Then on the 5, that would technically be a short. But the delta is about to cross above the confirmation line on the 5, so it's kind of another, another iffy point. A pivotal point. If the delta is really weak when that happens, that's a better short. But if the delta's looking strong, I wouldn't short that on the 5. Still trying to push up here to that anchored VWAP. So where could we possibly be headed? Let's see here. We do have an order block with a significant drop from 949. That is above the standard VWAP. We also have a fair value gap sitting in here that looks like it wants to be touched. Needs some love. And the VWAP sits right inside that fair value gap, so wouldn't be surprised if we go up there and touch that. BTC's pushing. Let's see. Is my FTM trade pushing? I hope so. Here, let me get rid of some of these lines here. Here, let me go to the daily. It's usually easier. These are my, I got my bots tied to these lines too. So if I ever want to jump in a trade with a line, I could just take this line and drag it over the candle and it'll enter me in. Same thing with my stop. Same thing with my take profit. But I'm not using those right now, so I'm going to turn those off. Turn off my stop, turn off my take profit line. Go back to the hourly chart. So I have two entries on this trade on these higher lows. Entered me here, entered me here. Currently up 5.8% and rising. We're getting a tick up above a rising delta, so that's another good sign for the bulls. So this could keep running. My bots will keep me in here as long as the delta stays above the confirmation line. As soon as the delta goes back under the confirmation line, it will start to sell me out. And so, I mean, this could run for days and keep me in. That's what I love about the bots. Speaking of, I should check to see if it bought me into anything else. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It also bought me into XRP, FET, Solana, and Matic. So I'll have to go check those, but it looks like we're getting a nice engulfing candle to the downside here off that anchored VWAP. Delta starting to turn negative. Looks like it also bought me into AVAX and AVE and Injective. My bots are working overtime right now. Is this the first time we hit the 20? Yeah, looks like it in this run here. Could bounce on the 20. That 5-minute signal never officially ticked down. It is flashing it now on this next candle, but on the prior candle, it did not officially tick down. Stealth, it buys on the tick up on the 1 hour. My bots, you mean? I think you're referring to my bots. Yeah, my 1 hour on the bots is my entry time frame. On the right side, I got the 4 hour down below, the 8 hour, and then the daily up on top. So on the daily, we're still super bearish. We're actually bearish on all three. But on the hourly, we are bullish. So as long as the hourly stays bullish, it'll buy me in and get me out of those once that delta goes back under the confirmation line. But this is what you typically want to see. You want to see this confirmation line, the swings. See this whole swing down? I was out during all of that, and now we're flattening out and starting to swing back up. So this is the area where you really want to look for longs. Why didn't it buy you in on the previous tick up? Which one? You mean over here? Or over here? It did buy me into this one, and then I stopped out right here. So this one was a loser. This one, it didn't buy me in because the delta was under the confirmation line. So as long as the delta is under the confirmation line, it does not buy me in. So it ignored that one, and then the delta came back above, and it bought me in here, and it bought me in there. All right, we are putting in a delta squeeze here. I'm going to try a short, I think. Yes, I am short. I'm in at 21.018.75. Now, reason why I took this, we have a negative slope on the delta. We got to tick down under a very weak delta. However, it's still a little risky because we still have all the space in between the confirmation line and the delta. So if we tick up, that'll be my exit. We're also still sitting on top of the 20, so could still continue to use that for support. But I gotta try it. It is a setup. We did get a little tick up there, so I'm out. Lost 9.5 points on that one. Minus 27.75. So, and that's the thing. If I'm going to lose, I like to lose fast and lose small. I don't want to sit there and let it, you know, go sideways and mess with me. If it's not going, I typically just want to get out of the trade. Stealth. Oh, okay. So delta has to be above, and it keeps adding positions every tick up. Not every tick up, no. Only in specific cases. So I have my bots configured so that it buys these higher lows. So like a standard tick up, it's not going to buy me in, but it will buy me in if it's in a power zone. So I basically have two entry setups. One is these higher lows, which have to occur in the lower half. If it prints a higher low in the upper half, it ignores that. So lower half higher lows or a tick up from the power zone, as long as the delta is still above the confirmation line. So it'll enter me in on all of those. And then depending on what's going on in the charts, I might scale out or I might just go all out once that delta starts going underneath the confirmation line. Pushing back up here towards that fair value gap. You know, when these fail like this, those aren't bad to just go ahead and flip long right there. Because, you know, usually if you have this, you know, I was saying how this was kind of a risky trade, taking that. I have to take it because it's a delta squeeze setup. And if it's going to drop, that could be a really nice move. But if it's going to fight you and it's not going to drop, when it puts in this higher low, you could just stop out, flip long, and that still would have been a good trade. I did not do that because I wasn't paying that close of attention. We're back up to this broadening formation now too, so we'll see if that does anything. My guess is, though, is this is kind of insignificant. It was probably more significant on this. There, on those two highs. So see how it was riding on top of there? So I think we're above the broadening formation now. Stealth confirmation line is upwards slope on, yeah, on FTM over here. Yes. And usually it starts gaining that upward slope after the delta closes above and continues to stay above. That's going to pull that up there. So I'm not specifically looking at the slope of anything. I am looking at, or the bot is looking at, whether it's above or below that confirmation line. Oh, on NQ. Yes, on NQ, we got the positive slope. An aggressive slope at that. We just hit the fair value gap. Sellers are stepping in a little bit there. Other reason why I took that delta squeeze is because we did get that tick down on the 5-minute. It just did not play out, which is fine. Now we're about to tap into the VWAP. We also got a little bit of chop here in the delta that I'll mark out. How's that thin spotty delta that got me? This could be somewhat of a pivotal point here. Now that we're back at VWAP for the first time since, let's see here. We almost tapped into it here at 949, and we had a significant drop there. And then before that, it was the news this morning. Delta still looks pretty strong, though. If it breaks VWAP, next target is 21,123. 21,123, where's that? That's up at this order block I had marked out. We did get a close under the 8 here. You know, just the fact that it's sitting at VWAP, I closed under the 8. I'm going to try to snag a short off the 8. I might be a little late for that. Stealth says everyone is trained to take profit at VWAP. Yep. Well, if everyone's doing it, that's a trade you can make some money on. The 5 minutes starting to flash a lower high in that upper power zone. So we have the confirmation line and Delta getting closer together near that power zone now. So now the Delta squeeze is going to have a little bit more significance than it did back here. So we'll see if we get one. We do have a negative slope on the Delta, which is one of the requirements. Still got my limit order sitting in there, but yeah, I think I'll keep it on. I just got tagged in. We'll see if that was a bad idea here in a second. I'm in at 21.066.25. And it closed above the 8, so I pulled it at break even. Let's go ahead and get rid of that since there was no profit or loss on that one. And I will wait for the delta squeeze now to set up, if we can get one to set up. Delta's starting to curl back up a little bit, so the delta squeeze is not looking as good. Trying to bust through VWAP here. We'll see if it can run through this fair value gap and hit that order block. Does feel like it's got some muscle here. Delta's getting stronger. Just tapped into that first order block. The fair value gap was a dud. All the ICT people are probably getting stopped out, or probably will be. Burn through the first order block on our way to the second one. Yeah, JWaz. JWaz says, imagine having taken that Delta squeeze long and held. I know. And, you know, at the time when it prints right here at 11:11, it never seems like a great idea when you see it. In hindsight, it looks great. That's why if it prints, you might as well just take them. You know, it's like this one. It printed. I gave it a shot. Doesn't work out. Small loss. But yeah, that could have changed your whole day right there. Now, if we make it through this order block, then we should see some resistance up here, I would assume. This one. Stealth says the question is, would you have held? It depends. I always change my exit strategy based off of what I see in the what the delta is doing. I would have held with this aggressively rising delta. When I see it rise aggressive, I change my exit strategy to a close under a thin delta or a delta squeeze. So, and at this point, I would probably not have exited there. This one, I might have exited here. But if I was waiting for a squeeze, I probably would have for sure exited here at 12:04. And even then, I mean, that would have been a nice run. So yeah, I probably would not have had all of this, but I would have got that initial large move. And that's another thing, JWaz. If you're using your 1 minute as your entry and then are flipping to your 5 for your exit, then that can keep you in longer. So where's the, right here, you would have been in at 11:11. So 11:11, you would have been in here. And if you're holding for the first tick down from the power zone on the 5, you would have been out at noon. So that would have got you to right here. So still, great move. That can act as a filter. We are still pushing up strong. Yeah, the 5-minute signal would have, I don't know about the entry, but for sure the exit. The entry, I would not have bought that on the entry. On the 1, I would have. And entry's kind of risky on the 5 right here at 11.15. Yeah, just exit for sure. Okay, now we got a doji. We did find some resistance at this order block. Might as well go ahead and flip the 5-minute to bullish since it is now. Delta's above that confirmation line. 15 minutes still working at it. Delta and the confirmation line are getting fairly close now. They are on the brink of converging. Stealth, what was your exit on that one? Was it just like a static take profit or a key level? Pivot at 29.80. Pivot points are in a bad place to take profit. Well, we just put in another higher low in the red zone. Delta still relatively strong in that upper power zone. Could be going into more of an extended sustained uptrend. Got the Big Daddy order block coming up here. Also a pivot line right at the bottom of it at 158. Gold had a nice short. I haven't even looked at gold today. Yeah, it's a nice move down. I don't see a very clear entry for it though. Maybe here, right when the delta started to roll over and turn negative. But if you're waiting for a squeeze there, you don't really get the signal to, it doesn't tick down to down here, which you still could have taken, but it's really risky with the delta still above the confirmation line. Here we get the cross down, and then you get a tick down here, again, still close to that lower power zone, but it is an impulsive breakout entry from the playbook because the delta is really thick right there. So at 12.11, you could have taken that short right here. Still a nice move. Take it to the delta cross right there. So far, these bulls are just gobbling up all the levels. Oh, yeah, if you're playing the confirmation line cross on that, yeah, you would have been short right here. 12.05. That would have been good on that one. Let's look at your long here. Looks like that actually would have been decent too. And the short here, that would have probably worked. Short on this one. Would have had some drawdown, but yeah, those don't look too bad. JWaz, you're going long on GC? You have a little bit of a delta squeeze looking-ish setup here. Didn't really tick down, but you got a little speed bump there, which is kind of the same thing. Delta's starting to turn positive. You got a positive slope, so you might get a decent long out of that. And it's on top of VWAP. Well, the delta and the confirmation line are getting even closer to converging here. They are squeezing together. So I sense the end is near for the bulls. Maybe after hitting that Big Daddy order block up here. You know, that was, here, where's the open at? 830 is, oh, we immediately dropped at the open. So there's the open, the red line. We consolidated for so long there. It's probably worth marking off this order block here. Here's the 5-minute. Oh, we just got a delta squeeze. I just went short. I'm short at 116.25. Well, if you're about to get your Delta confirmation line cross, are you going to go short? If we get that? You're not giving your profits back today. Why not? It is Free Fall Friday. We should be looking for shorts, huh? All right, if we close with the tick up here, I'm going to pull it. And if it sets back up with another squeeze, I'll go short again. And I pulled it. So that was a loss. We could still drop here. Delta's still weak. So 10 3/4 on that one. So is it going to set up again? We're getting close to getting that cross. We did put in a lower high on the 5. Yep. Looks like I probably should have just stayed with it. I am short again. From 114.25. Bulls are still trying to fight here. Not letting it drop. We did get that confirmation line cross. The Delta is very weak, though. It is looking... and I just got taken out. Full stop on that one. Choppy Delta again. Yeah, it does appear like it wants to go back and test the open. This just seems to be one of those days that it's like everything seems to be not working as planned. We're not getting the setups that we're looking for, and then the ones that we are getting those on aren't working. You know, we're getting a very strong push down. No setup really to go long there on this nice long move. No setup really to go short here on the down move. It's like all the setups are just not really panning out. Here we're getting another delta squeeze. Maybe third time's the charm. Kind of afraid to try it though. Maybe I'll try the 8 on this one if we can get there. Delta is weak. I know it wants to come down. All right, I just got tagged in. Third try here. $125. Nope, it ain't gonna work. And I'm out. And I think I'm done as well. Things just are not going my way today. So, what was that one? Minus 15. This turned out to be an ugly day. Minus 73.5. It's the biggest losing day I've had in a while. Yeah, things just are not going my way, so everything seems backwards, and if it all seems backwards, then I'm not going to keep pushing it. Yeah. I feel like I'm out of sync. So, yeah, I didn't want to end it that way today, but I guess I'm going to end it that way. Today's going to be a red day on the books. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next week is another week hopefully it's better than today. So good luck, guys. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want a pound split, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. I like big fat candles, can't deny. When the volume surges up so high, skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I be. Well, traders low, let me see that life is good. I'm my happy Delta, skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't